Yeah, I just started streaming, FYI. But I can answer. It's fine. So this stream is pretty unique in that I finally got around to filling out the form for Twitch affiliate, and turns out I already met all the requirements. I did not, like a noob, I did not realize that this was a thing until just today, to be honest. Actually, I think I might have seen something for it at the time when I first started, streaming some videos for people who were interested in learning the deck, but I, of course, did not meet any of the requirements at the time. So kind of a cool milestone for us. So this today should, probably be hold near and dear to my heart, given where we've come with regards to streaming. And special shout out to Inigo, whose alias is Runcore, for helping me a lot with some of the stream setup. So this is like partly his milestone as well. I wanted to give him some credit for that. Also want to give up credit to the Elves community and just the Legacy community in general, for being very supportive and just for the most part, I would say, there's obviously nobody's perfect in any field, I guess, right? But for the most part, the Legacy community has been very pleasant. Also, my wife just walked by, so she wants to be thanked as well for her support and, essentially, what's it called? Encouraging my hobby, so to speak. I guess that's probably the best way to say that. So she should be first, to be honest. So my wife first, obviously, should be thanked. Uh, with that said, I will talk about a little bit about the deck at the moment that I'm playing. So, for those of you who know, I have now shifted to four Once Upon a Time. The logic is maybe this card is just too good not to play four copies, because with the addition of since we added Once Upon a Time to effectively the mana base, the deck has seen printings of Allosaur Shepherd in Jumpstart, and then in Modern Horizons 2, Endurance and Gris. It's possible that Once Upon a Time was already too good not to play, and just we were similar to the Miracle Pilots playing only two copies of Ponder. But at this time, we're well, that was a Freudian slip because my friend on Twitch chat. So I'll make him a mod. Believe the goat is my good friend Steven. So let's do that. He should have mod access now, but what was I gonna say? I believe so with those printings. I think Once Upon a Time now might just be too good not to play, and it's possible that we should have been playing it the whole time. But I reevaluated the deck construction recently, and I think the power level is probably the highest out of any deck in Legacy. The only thing is the failure rate is also higher than I would like. So, for instance, the failure rate of something like Blue Red Delver is considerably lower than the failure rate of ours, which you draw the wrong cards at the wrong time, you're gonna lose the game. Specifically, not drawing lands. So I think you just want more, smoothing out the deck with the Once Upon a Times. The main deck Wasteland has just been wonderful in my testing because it's a spell land like Bog where it allows you to hit land drops that you can always filter out with Reclaimer for later on. I think what's also unique, yeah, so I have the gift button now. So for anybody with Amazon Prime that wants to gift me a free subscription, that's always appreciated, of course. I haven't got around to setting up the emotes for the, the different gift tiers, but I'll take recommendations tonight. We'll see how that plays out because, again, all this is new to me. I didn't even realize this was a thing until literally a few hours ago. In the sideboard, I think the only big difference that I'm adding tonight is the Carpet of Flowers. This is old tech that we played before to shore up the Delver matchup. The reason why we don't play it more often is because it's a little bit narrow. I know it reads like it's anti-island. It's more really anti-Delver because I don't think it's that. It's okay against control, right? But like, you typically have the ability to develop mana against control in longer games, anyways. It does help a little bit, admittedly, in the blue combo matchups like Show and Tell or Doomsday, but it's not a disruption piece, and typically you want disruption pieces there, so it's like a medium level card. I think aside from that, that covers most of the changes since last time. I've also updated the Stream Decker to, let me see if I can bring that up. Let's see. Nope, that command does not work. So, Stream Decker. Nope, does not work. So I will be adding that when I get the chance. But here is the, I guess, the deck, so to speak. I'll post it here on chat. So with that said, as people start, trickling in, I can answer further questions down the road or just in real time. But I think we can go ahead and start. I don't want to. I don't want to make the people who are already here wait. So I think we can go ahead and start. Anybody have questions for me at this time? Actually, the deck list, you can just point there. There's a button. So again, unique thing about tonight is somebody here has a unique chance, I guess everybody has a unique chance, to become the ever first subscriber to my channel. So for whatever that's worth. So it's been, I think, 10 days or so since my last stream, which I think I fell just short of the 5-0, but I don't remember. But nevertheless, the last 5-0 was roughly 11 days ago. We've had a bunch of 4-1s since then, and I've been tinkering a lot with the sideboard. The main deck feels pretty good for what it's worth. But, I would run into a matchup, for instance, that was either ill-equipped to play against or just, sometimes you just lose, right? It's variance. So we'll see if we can get that 5-0 tonight. And then, as always, here are my Patreon and Discord information. Also, if you don't want to subscribe, just want to donate, there's a way to do that too in the below. Patreon of, I want to give a quick, I guess, plug for that. I know the people who have been my patrons have definitely enjoyed the articles that I've written on average every 2 weeks. The latest article is, and this is published yesterday, looking at the macro level matchup between Blue-Red Delver and Elves, and actually explore from both sides, with maybe, if I'm being unbiased, maybe a slight lean towards the Elf side, but I tried to be neutral, to be honest. And I think if you're interested in improving your win rate from either side, it might be a good read. Um, it is on my Patreon, but it's $5 for subscription. For those of you who are curious. X Shockwave. I just played against this opponent the other day. I don't remember what they were on, and I think for the sake of exercise, I'll pretend like I don't know, anyways. Um, just because I think that's better for the viewers. I definitely played against them the other day. I just don't remember what they're on. I think it was Doomsday, but we'll see. Yeah, it's probably Doomsday with a preordained Bedelta start. I think we want to thin before we once, just to dig one deeper. If it is Doomsday, I think we want the Allosaurus Shepherd. Like, we're gonna fetch conservatively just in case. Okay, so there is the rewards of the deck thinning, right? They may counter that now that they've seen the Shepherd, but we'll see. I think a natural question is, oh, if you have the Shepherd, do you lead with it? I think them dazing or forcing it, your turn one play, is fine because you really need to make mana. The upside of it is too high. Not to mention, in the main deck, we don't have the endurance anymore, and I cut it for the Once Upon a Time because it's less awkward. Um, so endurance is not even live, right, with Shepherd. What this does is it allows me to if I draw a green sun off the top or a collector oof off the top, I can actually force that through and essentially make our climb towards natural order. And there is no card that wins more games. That's not Gaia's Cradle, I guess, because that's like an asterisk, there's a land, than natural order. Alright, there's the Dark Ritual. I'm assuming Doomsday is coming. Yeah. So we have some live draws, but we're probably just dead. We'll see how they build their pile too. We can kind of reverse engineer, what colors are on, what possible hate they can have as a result, and like, I highly doubt that we're gonna. They made a pass the turn twice pile, so it's fairly easy, I think, to reverse engineer what they could have built. In leagues, I typically won't even bother a lot of times to look too carefully because it's just not worth the time for me. Like, you can figure out 90% of the piles based on a quick glance. Um, but in a more serious and even then, sometimes I don't even look that carefully. I would probably take a closer look. But typical things I look for is like how many Force of Wills, how many days, um, what colors is that's pretty relevant. Trying to think. Oh, whether they have what's it called, Edge of Autumn still. LED is another one. I think most LED piles involve either Ideas Unbound or the new Consider with Deep Analysis. Ideas Unbound is a card I appreciate from my time dabbling in this deck pre Thassa's Oracle. I am busy texting my good friend Jonathan Zhang. Speaking of which, to come by if he'd like. All right, so I did. Ooh. All right. We do see an LED in the pile, so that. Oh, actually, no, we don't. Um, let's see. They have both Edge of Autumns in their pile, so I think they're gonna make a cycle pile. Um, we unfortunately, well, let me think. I would get Collective Oof, but there's already the LED here. I think our only hope here is to natural order and let me think. If they cycle, and they fetch. They're down 4-2 cards. I think they can play around Archon anyways. But I think our best chance then is to hoof them and hope that's enough. Let me see how much damage is that. This prevents them from Street Reef and fetching, for what it's worth. Actually, this is just lethal. What am I doing? I didn't count the hoof itself as damage. Pretty nuts, actually. Turn 2 kill. For those of you who say, you know, this deck can't turn 2, this is a counter example for that, right? Alright, so this is where it gets interesting. We've actually stolen game 1 now. We're gonna... Thank you, and I apologize. I know it's not... Thank you. I appreciate that. And congrats on the 5-0. I'm glad you got it last night. Can you remind me how to phonetically pronounce your name again? Dukes. Hopefully I pronounced it correctly. That's what I thought, but I didn't want to mispronounce again, you know. So we're just going to board in our, land destruction plan. And what did I board out so far? Why is that only 4 cards? I took out the Gris and the Bog. The glimpses aren't particularly great here. Like, you don't have the time, and if you do, you probably would just want to kill them. All good. Perfect. Thank you. I'm glad I did not butcher that. So, yeah, you want the seizes, definitely. And let's see. Oh, I think the carpets are probably solid here. It's a mana dork, right? Let me just check. Alright, I think we're good to go here. The game plan is pretty straightforward. Like I wrote an article on the Doomsday versus Elves matchup and how this is now a favorable matchup for us. And hopefully I can back that up, once again on stream. I think my last, 15 or so matches, I don't know, I'm just, ballpark, guess. I think I'm 13-2 or something like that against this deck. Because ever since I realized Assassin's Trophy is very good against them and changed how I boarded. And I wrote an article on this on Patreon on how to flip, bad matchups and use Doomsday as a premier example. So we'll see if we can back that up on stream. The reason why Assassin's Trophy is good is because it's the counterplay. It's the counterplay to the hands you're most afraid of from Doomsday, which is turn 1 Dark Ritual Doomsday. You just blow up their land, and they usually can't beat that. Hey Yihua, like I said, I have 0 reps with that brute deck. I can ship you a list if you want to try it. That I sent to my Reclaimer chat, but I have not practiced that list myself yet. All right. There's two plays here. We either reclaim it or we save the green sun for the shepherd. The thing is, well, let me think. Yeah, I think the game plan here is we're gonna want to force through the endurance and the assassin's trophy. They can. So that's a good point by Adam here. The thing is, so I mentioned this in the article too. If they do that, that means that they're playing a slower game, and typically, if they're playing a slower game, that favors us anyways. Not to mention because the reason for that is natural order is looming in a slower game. Like, um, the reason why a trophy is effective is because it stops the plays you're most afraid of, which is the turn one dark ritual doomsday hands. So they shuffle. That's good. Hmm. Interesting here. I think. Ooh, nice. Thank you for hosting, dudes. What is going on? My wife is here. Uh, there's two options here. I can green sun like we originally wanted, or I think we want to fire the Thoughtseize. Yeah. So I mentioned this a while back during Eternal Weekend. My winning in was actually against Doomsday, and I lost game one presumably, or expectedly, and then was able to manage to pull out games two and three. Thank you, Dukes, for sure. So what's the bigger thing is not so much the Assassin's Trophy itself. It's the fact that you have multiple ways to disrupt them now, and they have to guess what to play around. And it's the same thing why Leyline effect is effective, even though I'm only running two copies. It's not so much the Leyline itself; it's the fact that they have to play around it now. All right. Yikes. I guess I will take the force. Well, it's awkward because the chain of vapor, right? Like, I don't think we will care about the dark ritual. Yeah, I think we have to be able to force our line through. Put this up just in case. What do they play? Their flooded strand. All right. I think the line here is. We do have the natural order, so that might just. It's awkward, right? Because natural order wants to get Archon, but they have Chain of Vapor. I think I want to do it this way. I think here I just want to deck thin. Yeah, it might be over. I agree with Adam. The thing is, if Doomsday doesn't blitz you in the first two turns, it's like really difficult for you to. What is it called? Let's see, 3, 4, 5. I think we like it's debatable we get the wasteland here. Yeah, I actually think the wasteland's correct. So so they just have multiple angles to deal with now. I was tempted to get the another land, but I think this is good enough. It's gonna be hard, I think. For well, we'll see. I had to tap out unfortunately for this board state, but we do have the endurance, and they may end a turn chain. Reclaimer's at his worst in this kind of matchup, but it actually might be relevant because of the wasteland now. Especially if they pass the turn. Alright, so they have 4 cards in hand. I think the game is potentially just over. You still have endurance backup. Yeah, Adam's very insightful comments here. Not to mention Hoof is just also is lethal, right? Like it doesn't matter what they bounce, the rest is gonna be enough. Like it has to be Dark Ritual or Doomsday now, but that's not even enough. All good, Adam. That's a very good point. I could have just natural order last turn for instant, and that might just be enough anyway. So it's a potential punt on our behalf because of what Adam mentioned. So they can't Dark Ritual, which means that they would have had to Doomsday naturally off their lands. And while they can still beat us there, it's not that easy. And if they pass the turn, we win anyways. So I think Adam is right. Right? Because the thing is, we still have the endurance backup. So definitely a punt on my end. I like tunnel vision a little bit into the Shepherd line, which is like you assemble A plus B, where A is Shepherd or Green Sun, and B is like Endurance or Assassin's Trophy. But now, yeah, it's just lethal. I'm not sure what's going on here. Alright, there's Dark Ritual. So, again, right? Like, we just have lethal here. Like, we have full information. This is gone. We're just gonna pitch one of the creatures, doesn't really matter which. And then, yeah. So actually what they want to do is, since they don't know we have the natural order, they want to preemptively bounce the Allosaur Shepherd so that we can't just alpha strike them with the mana on board. Right? That would be the correct play from their behalf. What, I guess when I say correct play, you're still hoping I don't peel a land, right? Because on board, it's lethal as is already. Let me read this. This is not echoing truth, so. Yeah, so this would be 7 and 14. Assuming, well, if they bounce that, it's still 12. If they don't do it here, and I don't have to reveal anything. Presumably they know about the pump line, so that's why they're still playing. So they would presumably, chain the Shepherd or chain the Reclaimer, either one, and then hope I don't peel a land. Like, given that they don't know we have natural order. I mean, there's 3 elves on board. Reclaimer is an elf itself. HC Fox. I apologize to chat right now. I know this is not particularly interesting to watch as our opponent is in the tank. Yeah, maybe this is the time to just take the quick restroom break, right? I know I'm gonna have to use the restroom later on just because I drink a lot of water. But this is, let's see. They cast Doomsday at 7:33, and it's been 3 minutes later. They also tanked before this, so I don't understand what's going on now. Like, they played the Polluted Delta at 7:30 and finally decided to Dark Ritual Doomsday at 7:33. So it's really been 7 minutes. Because there's no decisions to be made with the rest of the hand. All right, in the interest of just being efficient with our time tonight, I'm just gonna go ahead and take a restroom break while this is ongoing. I'll leave the screen here, unlike when I normally take a restroom break because maybe they'll make a move soon, but I will be back in 30 seconds. Hi, Sadra. I mean, I understand. This is a difficult deck, but this is a little bit unrealistic. I mean, unreasonable is probably the right word I'm looking for. Sure. So we have full information. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it this way. I'm getting the Arbor to pitch to the National Order, which is like more than enough. Yeah, okay. It's probably overkill. I probably even needed a Queen Sun, but anyways, thank you for your patience. That was a needlessly long Doomsday. Oof, there it is for sure. So yeah, I'm glad I was able to back up. Ooh, I left the water right there. I was glad I was able to back up what I said about being favored against Doomsday now. Granted, like we played probably an inexperienced Doomsday pilot. Typically, the way these matchups go is you're underdog game one, not unwinnable, but very hard. And then you should be a slight favorite in each of the post board games. I don't know the percentages, if I were to guess post board. I know my win. No, I don't live in San Diego. I live in Orange County, specifically between LA County and Orange County, so in between, right? Yeah, I don't know. I don't want to comment too much about our opponent, but nonetheless, what was I gonna say? No, I forgot. Oh, I believe definitely game one you're not favored. I don't know what the percentages are. Maybe you're like 30 to 40% chance to win. Maybe 35. Like one out of every three, right? Post board, I think we are probably 60-40 or so. So I have to run the math if that means we're favored or not. We were playing against Jedi with a soft H. Oof. So I don't know what they're on, and if I did, I'd be tempted to keep this. But if there are any wasteland deck, you're probably just in trouble. So no. This is significantly better. What would it take for you to come up to the barrier for a paper event? Yeah, correct. HC Fox pointed out very astute observation. Depends. If I'm in the area to visit family anyways, probably not too much. I think we take the cradle here. There's nothing really that exciting. I think for me to come up without other incentives, I don't know, maybe like paid hotel or something like that. I'd have to think about it. That's a great question. Wife does have family up there, so it wouldn't be a complete, out of the realm to play a tournament. The few times I've been up there, I've been tempted to play, but it just didn't work out, and nor did I really, attempt that hard. But it's not out of the realm, I think. So Fluster Storm, maybe they are show and tell. I don't know. Like, it would have been maybe I keep the Archon, right? If I had known. I think here. Yeah, so again, for the purposes of this stream, I will refrain from Googling what they are because I think it's like better practice, right? Like, if they were on show and tell, maybe I keep that Archon in hand, but it is what it is. It's Fluster Storm strikes me as a combo card though, so like we'll see. It's yeah, I don't really expect Fluster Storm out of a fair deck. Game one at least, or even nowadays, even both games, or 3 games I should say. Let me see. Oh, okay. I misread. That almost looks like that isn't Show and Tell Island. That's my. So we'll do this. It's possible they just have the force, right? So maybe it doesn't matter. Oh, tell Danton I said hi. Okay, there is the force. That is a skill I do not have at the moment, HC Foss. So I'm glad you were able to point that out. We'll run this cradle out again. Sorry, my dog is losing it. I apologize. My dog is barking because we have a friend who's visiting. He probably wants to see the friend of my wife's. Lou, it's okay. Lou, over here. Uh-oh. Show and tell? Oh, okay, okay, I'm okay with that. I'm sorry about that, Fire Justice. It will hopefully will just be temporary. Of course, here we're gonna bog this Earl where we can, and then. Alright, I think we bog here and then we force through the natural order. Because Hoof is not lethal. Lou, it's okay, bud. I don't believe Show and Tell this version plays days. Is that correct? Does anybody know? Yeah, I don't think they play days. I could be wrong, and then I'm gonna get punished. Okay, my dog is like losing it. So I thought of the two once upon that I ordered in Kimme's. Other reason I'm too short to figure out. Yeah, I think Field of Dead is not good in Elves because you don't have enough land count. Hey, Danton, I'm streaming right now, so I can't greet you.
Lou, come here. Lou's using your bathroom. Lou, come here.
So they could have permission, but I mean, they would have to have top decked it, right? And the reason why I didn't pitch the Arbor or the Visionary is in case we have better draws, right? Down the road. All right. Here we go. It's Xaxes, potentially. If I had said correct, yeah, it's over for the wrong reasons. Although I have won before on these kind of board states, but typically it's not looking good, right? You have that many, you flooded that hard. What's it called? I don't think we want. Let me check my sideboard guide. I don't think we want Wasteland. Carpet actually here is like kind of cool, right? Here, Omnitel sideboard guide. What did I do before? Yeah, they're not. Grist is not gonna matter. That's not gonna matter. The bog's not gonna matter. Although it kind of mattered there, but typically not.
No, it's okay. Yeah. I didn't want to go to Disneyland because the still down.
And then I think the trophies are like decent, based on my sideboard guide.
Strange. I might shave it tomorrow.
I think here this is where we want to be, right? Like, just cut a lot of the grindier cards and then hopefully just force through a natural order. Hey Levi, how's it going? It's Elf Prodigy himself. This is a interesting hand. I think I will keep actually. They better not veil us turn one. Alright, no veil at least. So, for those of you who don't know, Levi is one of my good friends slash peers. Worked on this deck a lot with me in the last year or so. Nice. I imagine you may not be feeling the best because of the booster, but I'm doing okay. Like this is the first stream with as Twitch affiliate, I guess. So we will see who is the first who the honor of the first subscription goes to. Levi also actually is the one that we discussed this over and we agreed that the carpets are worth testing. What am I saying? It could be Dukes. We'll see. So as a general thumb, you want to fetch first, right? And then we're gonna once, and then we're gonna seize their hand. I think here Reclaimer is nice to get a Cradle to unlock our mana, and then. Wow, interesting hand. I cannot believe they kept this. Part of me wants to take the Ice Fang because it just like keeps them off draws for a while. Let's see, they shuffle too. Yeah, I'll probably just take the Ice Fang, right? Because they have like, they can put in the Emerald Cone, we probably just lose if they do that anyways. Yeah, I think, and then we can play around Fluster if they leave that up. Like that's not the best against. Ooh. When your opponent knows you have Fluster, it's not as good. Alright, they were able to find a land. They're still kind of a while away from getting what they need. Which is land plus show and tell. I think here we definitely lead with the Shepherd. We can't play either Thoughtseize this turn. And I think based on that logic, we're gonna go ahead and fetch here to thin. I think I like, in case they get any funny ideas, getting the basic. Alright, so they just conceded. That's fine. That was not so much us, but our opponent just keeping a really shaky hand. Alright, 2-0. Pretty good start to tonight. We made up for the lost time in the Doomsday match with a fairly quick match right now. But, yeah, I mentioned this before. Amongst the Reclaimer cabal, I guess, York has the most reps aside from me, but I think Levi probably thinks the most like me in terms of like philosophies and things like that, like theory crafting. So if you can't get a hold of me, that's probably a good resource as well. Yeah, so it's funny too because I still see a lot of things on Twitter like that is just not true anymore in my opinion. Like one thing I see a lot is, oh, Elves has a bad combo matchup. I mean, historically that's accurate, but I don't think that's really accurate anymore because the only combo matchups you're really afraid of is really like things that don't really get played, like Belcher. Traditional Sneak and Show can be hard, but again, not the best meta call right now given its weakness to Blue-Red Delver. Doomsday, I think we are favored by game one, as we saw in the first match. I think Reanimator, we are favored. Like, of course, this is post-board, right? Like, you said you're going to lose a combo game one, and this is why we just, not even bother with the Nano Sentinels, right? Like we're not trying to be combo game one unless it's Graveyard where you can just mold to Reclaimer. And even then, that's probably not going to get done because presumably they have the turn 2 and Reclaimer hasn't untapped. Sometimes you can get lucky if you know they're on Reclaimer or happen to have a draw that does it anyways. Blessed Vaughn. This, I believe, is a. I believe this is a Delver player. Not. It's a mold of 6, but the 6 is like pretty strong. I think this is what everybody came to see, right? Elves versus Delver. I think Shepherd is a little bit overrated as a card. Which is why I didn't even take it there. I think it's better to naturally draw into in the mid game. Don't particularly like it early game. Although you can do some nuts things with it if you. Okay, so they did that. That's fine. I think what we're gonna do is just gonna slam the Visionary, and that may draw out Force, to be honest, if they don't have anything. Like, I don't really like their turn 1 waste trying to cheese a win. Like, and it's not even, you know, the person has a basic, right? Almost correct. I think we're in a good spot here. We hit a creature. Not what I wanted to see. Typically, you want, unless you have no other play, like where you have like a natural order backup in hand, which we don't. You typically want at least 2 creatures before firing off the glimpse, and some number of mana. So we're not bottle dead by mana at the moment. So we just have to fire the. We need to hit a non-land here, and then I think we're good. Man. All right. This is a little bit awkward. I don't think we can risk firing off the glimpse and then having a resolve and then whiffing here. The problem is now they can dig for the Force, and while the odds are against them, it's not 0. Might be Bolt. So they're gonna get the 3 points of damage in here. They may then delve a Murktide Regent, is my guess, with 7 cards in hand. The thing that people should do is know how your opponent, like what's in their hand, and unfortunately we can't punish them the previous turn as a result. 6/6 is not too bad though. But we really need to stop drawing lands now. Ay. Yikes. Well, we have the Wasteland, but just not what we want at the moment. The reason why I didn't play the Wasteland is because it doesn't do anything when they have 3 lands already. It is definitely not. I think we're gonna lose this game now. Like we drew pretty miserably. And yeah, unfortunately. It's probably too late. They probably had the force by now. Yeah. We can see what's in the yard, but this game is lost. The irony is, I think Elves might be good against. It might be the new Doomsday. Maybe based on the numbers I've been seeing, maybe it's good against everything but Delver. It's not obviously as lopsided as the Doomsday Delver matchup, but it might be the new Doomsday where it's favored against everything but Delver. But I'd have to test this more. We ran pretty cold there, but no guarantee that they didn't have the force anyways. So it's possible we just lose. But that was kind of bad. I don't think we really want the wasteland if we're running the carpet. And I think we'd rather just keep the creature density because we have 2 soul rings we can just draw into, right? Wasteland is like nice as an extra land, and it does help you, but I think it just can be a liability. I'm gonna try without it this match. I don't think this is where we want to be. So, you know, it might be the unconventional beat 2 combo players in a row and lose to Delver, right? Like, contrary to tradition. I think here... I'm like tempted to take the fetch. It's a little safer, but I think the cradle is just higher upside. The fetch means you can... Yeah, I think we play it safe and take the fetch. You can potentially get punished by taking the cradle there. Well, there's a card. All right. I will pass, and then we'll get mana immediately. Our Soul Ring is going to be online, which is pretty nasty. We flooded out last game, but I don't think that's going to be the case this game. I think last game was an anomaly. Sure. So they value the 2 life, I guess, over... I actually don't, Sadra. I think if they want to just appease some Legacy community members, there might be, and I wouldn't have a problem with that. I think if you just look at the numbers itself, probably not. They keep in removal. I mean, sorry, they keep in counter spells. They just board out Ragavan, which is like kind of bad, right? This has got to be a force. I got 3 cards in hand. So, small misplay by me. Uh, I'm going to lose out on 1 damage because I tapped the land. Not the end of the world, but, you know, shouldn't misplay like that. I'm not used to this card, like, having the mana already. Sure. It's no excuse, obviously, but I'm just saying. I wonder if we're gonna see some dogs coming out right now. Sure. Yeah, so essentially what Delver is trying to do is they're playing like a combo deck. They're just trying to hope they can chain enough spells where we can't really get to the mid game without, you know, being under too much duress. I think this is a yes. We just do it now. All green. We have our Black Lotus every turn, which is kind of sweet. Hmm. Oof. Okay. I haven't been. All right. We know that they're gonna force anything irrelevant. I think. Well, let me see. Yeah, I think we force this through. This, they've got to force. All right, this is a must force here. Now let's see. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can do everything we want here, which is the trophy. Okay, we don't want to lose to a random submerge, I think. So I think we want to trophy the Delver and then, well, actually, we can just keep this at bay with the Reclaimer Bog. I think there's enough mana. Why would we could, I guess, if you're doing it that way, yeah, that's a reasonable line. So that's why we have these. Yeah, that's definitely why we have Levi's the heir apparent, right? I think I like that play, because that actually allows us to what's it called? Bash with both of these as well, and then we can main phase the bounce right now, so we have mana up. So this is actually the best of all worlds, right? And if they don't have something drastic here, the game is over. We're like, all right, the game is now over. Like we have infinity mana now, and they cannot. They're not. We're not within 3. All right, this is gonna. The game is now over. Yeah. Yeah, carpet was absolutely nuts here. Not the best top deck. It would have been actually very good here, but typically what Levi and I have discussed is if we can live with some of the poor top decks potentially, because if we can get to the late game, we're probably favored. If you have it early game turns 1, 2, or 3, it is a big difference maker against Delver here, and I think that's where Delver is trying to attack Elves now. So this helps. The carpet was absolutely nuts there. It was our own Mishra's workshop, right? Every turn. Or Soul Ring's probably a better comparison. And I don't think we want Wasteland. It's just like kind of. Oh, I think the one heritage is nice in case we want to tutor for it. Also, at some point you need the creature density to be high, right? Let's see what we draw here. I think I'm gonna once first. If they want to daze it, so be it. And I think we just want to hit land drops. Yeah, carpet over push for now. The thing about push is I don't like that it lines up poorly against Murktide. So they didn't fall for our, bait out the days with the Once Upon a Time to gain tempo. I think here we're gonna do it this way. We want the Reclaimer to live. If they have the days, so be it. That is not too bad. Let's see what they do. They put a Ponder into the yard, which is interesting. Alright. The dangerous play here is would they have potentially everything. Force or daze into Murktide, and then we just get super punished. I don't think that's worth it. Yeah, so if they have daze into Murktide, we just get super punished. I don't think that's worth it. I think we just main phase. Well, yeah, we're just gonna main phase the bog right now. Because every turn that passes, we're gonna get closer and closer to taking over this game. And I think they know that, so they're just like throwing things into their yard now. And we can live with 2 damage. I don't think we care. Hmm. They can potentially get a Murktide out. I'm trying to think if we should play around that. Probably. Alright, so they forced whatever we were gonna do. I think they were gonna blind force whatever we played. By the looks of it. The good thing is, if they were gonna do that regardless, we'd rather get the endurance force. Although we might die to channeler beats now. Which is kind of obnoxious, but... How many bolts have they used? None. I think we're probably in trouble. That's not a bad draw. Also not a bad draw. I think we're gonna main phase the trophy right now. Jesus. Yeah, people who say Ragavan is miserable to play against. I think this card is way better. Alright, I think we're just dead. Jeez. Well. Yeah, we unfortunately got... I think that's probably their high roll. I think there's not much we can do about those games where they have DRC starts. I'm more afraid of DRC than I am of... Actually, let's do this. I kind of want to watch that game again and see if we misplayed. I think the keep was fine. Um, yeah, that's true. I I think here we have one land that is vulnerable to wasteland. I think taking the land here is correct. So I'm okay with that. And then they daze it, which is fine. Which means we're on the play now. I think here we just went Reclaimer into Symbiote, which I think I'm also fine with. This is almost like the This is almost like the new Double Delver start, right? Like, it's like really awkward here, right? Because actually, I think we could have been a little bit more aggressive, and we're not supposed to play around Daze and Murktide. So they have force in. Okay, the mistake was made on this turn. I think the play here is you visionary and see what they do. And then based on that, you play either the Bayou or the Cradle. You're gonna run the Visionary into Daze here. So this is where the misplay happened. Cause I think we don't want to burn the. Well, it's tough, right? Because we have the endurance, but if they force it, then it's tough too because they have Channeler out. So the iteration there, that's probably what lost us the game, right? So they have a second Daze. Alright, so they were blind forced there. That's like gameplay I hate, but it is what it is. Like they were just, like they were hell bent on forcing whatever we did there. I think given that we bogged the previous turn, we had no choice but to play the endurance there. And then here, it was backbreaking, right? They had the brainstorm into force as well. Yeah, okay. I think the misplay would happen on the one turn we bogged. I think maybe we try to be more patient. It's a little bit dangerous game to play though. Sometimes, especially with double DRC. But I think that's where, well, really the game was lost game one when we didn't draw any creatures. But I think if we want to point to our own misplay, that's the questionable spot. I think everything else I'm happy with. So with that said, let's go back. Yeah, I don't think I mind. Yeah, perhaps. It was yeah. These are the type of games that are a little bit frustrating where it just seems like your opponent just casting spells at random. I'd have to look. Jason, let me see. That's the one turn that I think was tough to call, right? Because with double DRC out, I didn't really want them to potentially double flip into Murktide. We could have the question was maybe we could have squeezed one more turn before bogging, because let me see, what was it? Okay, so this is the faithful turn, right? Um, it would be a 6/6, and we're at 15, so a 3 o'clock turn. I think Jason brings up a good point, and maybe we just don't. Uh, yeah, we can take another attack here. But yeah, not having Shepherd that game hurt. The thing is, like, when your Delver opponent is overloading on threats, it almost makes me want to put it in natural order again, right? If you're not, but I don't think that's correct. But hindsight is also 2020. Like I really think the game was just lost in game. The match was lost really in game one. We flooded out. And one questionable call that game, but that's like part of the match. Oh, that's part of the game. I also think based on game two, carpet's probably worth playing. That game was single handedly won by the carpet. We're playing against Glamis 3. Seems like Reanimator here. Nope. So one thing that has helped me a lot is in games like that, I will review the match where I think I may potentially have misplayed, and I think sometimes it's inconclusive, but I think there, given that I was at 15, which is a good recommendation by Jason to point out, I probably could have waited another turn. It would have been a 3-turn clock, which is kind of slow. They're on Jund? Yeah, that was the other line, right? I think we could have bought ourselves another turn. I played kind of defensively. I think we got punished. So I think the line I mentioned was you run the Visionary into the daze, see what they do. If they don't daze it or don't force it, then you leave the cradle up. Sure, that's fine. Don't hit me here. Jesus. I hate this matchup. It's not even that we're unfavored. It's just sometimes this happens. I think we have to cycle it. I think, unfortunately. And then we're just gonna play around discard. Double him is pretty backbreaking. But that's how you get better, right? You have to review your plays. And I think I probably maybe could have faded Murktide for another turn by running the Visionary into... I typically don't like running Visionary into Daze, but I think it might have been worth it there to buy another turn. It's also hard to beat 2 DRCs, which is, I believe, secretly the real actual best creature in the deck. At least from the elf perspective. Potentially from the overall perspective too. Please. That's insane draw. We drew a mini dig through time. So it's just as we joked, right? We beat the 2 combo decks, and then we lose to Delver. Typically, personally, I know I like my Delver matchup to be around 70%. If I can, I think if you can achieve that, that's a success. I get a little concerned when it's closer to 50 or 60. Like, I don't think that's good enough, if that makes sense. It might be now that our combo matchups are better. Jesus. But it's definitely not ideal. Like our combo matchups is probably the best it's ever been, like in the history of Elves, and that's because of endurance. That's a hell of a draw. I would agree with Levi on that. Um, I think it's probably 50-50. And that's I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that personally. The only saving grace is I think it's 50-50 at the moment because I think Delver has started to adapt and just not try to play a late game with you. So they're playing almost like a combo deck. They're trying to chain threat plus, 4 or 5 free spells in a row, and then hopefully it goes a distance because I think they realize they cannot beat you in a longer game. And let me see. I think we bounce here. I think if combo is as good as we think it is, potentially we can live with 60%. I do not think 50 is acceptable. Like I think to be a contender for number one deck in the format, obviously. The thing is, Delver doesn't lose to like random things. That's why. Whereas Elves, you can get got by like curses or something. I think we are in okay shape. The library scares me a little bit, but I would agree. I think Delver's probably like 50-50 right now. I think the combo matchups are probably like 50-50. Maybe a little bit favoring towards us when factoring the sideboard. For like 55, maybe, I don't think it's 60. It's not that good. I think something like D&T is probably like 60%. I think something like Green Sun Zenith is maybe 70%. Yeah, all those cards are bad, right? Like iteration gives them a late game bomb if it gets to that, and sometimes they can still squeak out a win. Murktide and DRC are very bad. Ragavan's the only thing that's helped, I guess, because Ragavan's kind of mediocre, right? But yeah, like I said, the saving grace right now is the combo matchups is the best it's ever been. I think the only thing that's maybe the only thing that's maybe like 80% is maybe like 8 cast. And that matchup is like unlosable. If you were to draw a card, so the first one you know. So either Mills, I think. I think we don't care about the Shepherd, so I'm gonna go ahead and trigger this. Yeah, that's a lot better. I mean, the thing is, like, you can do that, but then I don't think that's looking at like they can overload your flying your removal, right? Where like the more removal you play that's not Assassin's Trophy, the worse your combo matchups get. And the reason why our combo matchups are so good right now is because if you look at the sideboard, all the quote unquote fair cards that come in against Delver, Endurance, Trophy in particular, have huge combo applications. And that's why it's not just Endurance, I guess. It's also the Assassin's Trophy being a Stone Rain against a lot of the combo decks. Specifically Test, specifically Doomsday, and you just hope. Right, so there's that too, right? That's useless. What are they doing? Unless they had no other play. Oh. Like you just make yourself worse against other things, and you don't really want to. And it's not like the Delver matchup is unwinnable at the moment. It's probably 50-50, which is, while uncomfortable, not still not like Doomsday level bad for against Delver, I guess. The one true bad matchup, in my opinion, at the moment is lands, and it's not unwinnable. It's probably maybe 30-70, if I were to guess. Right. I mean, like game two, we won pretty convincingly. So it's not. It depends how you draw too, right? Like our opponent drew real well game three, and sometimes it happens, and we drew real poorly in game one. I think here, do we see any graveyard? Probably not. We know they're going to be on the quad engineer plan, so that's something to be weary of. I don't think we want wasteland here. Endurance, like, it's debatable whether we want Seize or Trophy. I think against these kind of creature decks, we probably just want the Trophy. Don't think they have like graveyard stuff. And actually, Shepherds are bad. I think with that many threats going down that many threats. Ooh, nice. Thank you for the subscription, Steven. Yeah, we're gonna be on the. Steven was our first subscription person. I think we probably want the land actually. The bog is a nice hedge. And I don't think we want to overboard. So maybe like this. Oh, if Dukes was the first, and then I would like to thank Dukes for being the first subscriber. So my apologies to Dukes if he's still online. I probably just missed it earlier. I know he came in and we had a quick chat about the correct pronunciation for his name. Probably a C's here, I would imagine. Yep. I like to joke that this deck is 3/4 tribal. The problem is it's not the only one. Green-White Depths is also a deck like that, and so is Cloud Pokes. The good thing that just happened is our opponent took the worst card in the matchup. Like, Heritage Root is actually not very good. It's like vulnerable to Engineer. Like, if they have a lot of spot removal, it probably does nothing anyways. It used to be the most overrated card in the deck. Probably before, when people were definitely afraid of it after PT Berlin. I think the most overrated card in the deck right now, I think people know Heritage is kind of not good anymore. I think the most overrated card in the deck right now might be... And don't get me wrong, I think this card is very good, but it's probably not as good as people think it is. And that's Allosaur Shepherd. And the reason why is it's not really a card you want to draw in the opening hand. It's like good mid to late game. Also very weak to sweepers effects. It's just not as bad as Heritage, right? It still does something. I think here we just run out the Symbiote, and then I think we need the mana, so I'm just gonna bog them. I'd rather them waste the bog than waste the arbor. Or what's more catastrophic is they bolt the arbor. Like, we just want to develop mana and hopefully top deck natural. This deck top decks very well. It might be Annie. Okay, our dog is just lost his mind.
Oh, you can just leave it there. Yeah.
It is Jund.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna take the Visionary, I think.
Lou, stop.
There's no way they don't trade here, I think. Lou, it's okay.
Lou, stop.
Alright, we're okay with that, I think.
Lou, come here.
The reason why we're okay with that is because if they have a removal spell, then the Confidant takes over the game.
Okay.
Lou, it's okay, bud.
Great.
Ooh, okay, I think we just do it now. It's a little awkward because we lose the edict effects here. I'm gonna play it safe. Not. It does, but then we lose if they have any removal spell, right? Like the Confidant's gonna run away with the game. Yeah, we're gonna play into him and not around the edict. We'll see. I like to live dangerously, I guess. The problem is if the edict resolves, you probably just lose. They're going for the haymaker plays, I see. Don't really understand the point of doing that on upkeep. They could have done that later. Now we are getting a little bit punished. Ideally, we have two creatures. We need a creature off the top here. That's not what I was looking for, but. Probably. I have lost a gen before. It's not unwinnable. It's just like they usually have to just engineer you, and your hand happens to not be able to play around at that game, or maybe not play around is the right word, but play through it. It feels like they have edict, but I could be wrong. Yeah, there it is. Visionary would be great right now. That's a visionary. Actually, that's even better. We have a token killing machine now. I don't think this card is like beatable for them. Should probably turn off auto yield. Was that Annie, Judy?
Huh?
Who was at the door? Was it Annie?
No, it's DoorDash.
Oh, no wonder. Okay. That is kind of funny. It feels real bad from their perspective to have to Liliana Triumph token. I think the ideal scenario here is a fetch. How many? You've used 2 already. I like the Reclaimer a lot here. Actually, sequencing wouldn't matter. I should do it the other way. Yeah, that's true. I mean, they do have Liliana in their deck, but I think maybe win more. Who knows? What we're doing here is we were willing to lose to a him, and even the him doesn't necessarily mean they get the natural, right? It's like 30% or whatever it is. You keep it, 33%. But we did not want to lose to an edict there, and I just felt like they had a bunch. I think the game is probably over. I mean, we can grist ultimate already, right? There's another edict effect.
From Steven.
Oh, shout out to Steven. One of my subscription people. He DoorDashed me a drink. This is like the best, affiliate stream ever now. Even though we are 2-1. Sure. I mean, now they're just dead on board, right? Like, they have only 1 card in hand. Reclaimer just bash for lethal. Why they're playing Duress is beyond me. So, who here wants to see a Grist ultimate? Yeah, there you go. So, not bad. I think okay with the results so far. I'm gonna enjoy this drink. Thank you, Steven. Thank you. Yeah, I've actually had opponents forget what the ultimate does because it just never, well, I shouldn't say never, it rarely comes up. I think one of the cool wins I've had with it before was against Curses, which I think is a very hard matchup, but I've been able to navigate through it a few times. Was beating an ensnaring bridge at Xaxes because of it. Against these non white decks, Gris is absolutely difficult to deal with. What's the 3-drop Kaya's ultimate again? I forget. Can somebody type that in? I know the first ability is like insane against elves. I just don't remember what the ultimate does. Unless a different Kaya that I'm thinking about. Deals damage. Oh, sure, yeah. So it's pretty similar. I think my favorite win is against Karn players that forget I have a Oof on board and I boarded in Progenitus, and then they just deck themselves out. Yeah, the -1 is just absolutely nuts against Elves. I remember when Maverick was playing. They probably still are. And that card is just, it's not unbeatable, but it's just very good. The issue is that my deck is designed to be engineered. It's not really designed to be like that kind of effect where they just continue to exile one permanent at a time. Like Wirewood is typically very good still, even in place of an engineer. And unfortunately, Wirewood does not live through that card. Yeah, who knows what Maverick's doing these days? I think Achilles 27 would probably be the best person to ask. Dukes would probably know too, if he's still around. Probably asleep now, but I don't know. I'm kicking myself a little bit for being 3-1 right now. I feel like we probably could have won the Delver matchup, but that one turn we made a close call. I think it was a tough decision for what it's worth. And we weren't able to race the double DRC essentially. And I think the one turn we could have baited out Days and see what they actually. We probably don't play around Days there because we don't want to give them the opportunity to force our. Well, I guess if they force, that's okay, right? But then if they, I guess we play the Cradle, see if they counter, and then that leaves up um, Bog activation too, and makes us closer to gets us another develops towards the board too, right? Yeah, I don't know Strasman too well. I just know like roughly who you're talking about. But yeah, they would know. That's a good point. I do tend to beat myself up a little bit for losing to Delver because I think, like I said, I think the aim of this deck is ideally, and like you run hot and cold, right? Like EW, I ran pretty hot. I beat Delver 4 times out of 4. I think there's been times where like I straddle maybe even below 50%. Like if I'm running cold, I think in the ideal overall scenario, if you can get your Delver match from an Elf perspective, historically to like 70-ish%, that's like really good. I think 60 is probably even acceptable in this current state, given the upgrades in the combo matchup in the combo department. And the control is almost a buy. Like that, you should not be losing the control at all. Any slower deck just gives you infinite time, right? Like Terminus is not even widely played at the moment, so any Tundra deck or like Bant, Yorian, Bant, Zenith, you should be hugely favored. I think the two decks that I enjoy, actually the deck that I most enjoy in the metagame at the moment is, from an elf perspective, is 8 cast. And the reason being is not only can they not beat you, they also help you from a metagame perspective. Like they tend to be good against the decks that you're more afraid of, like the Tess, the I don't know, Bell Trips, if anyone wants to play that, and the all-in turn one combo decks that isn't hit by Leyline of the Void essentially. Yeah, I agree with Sager. Like the game one, we definitely just drew cold, right? We hit at any point another creature and we're firing off that glimpse, and then we just fired it off too late. No, that's fair. Like I think given the current state of this deck, which I think I wouldn't, yeah, because of the improvements in combo, like 60% is probably what you try to aim for, and I don't know if it's that at the moment. It's probably like 50-50 at the moment. Admittedly, I have been losing to Delver lately, more than I like. So I think 50% is probably accurate. Only because you have some fail rate that does happen, and I think playing the fourth once upon a time helps with that, improving that fail rate, making it smaller. But again, you sometimes also just can't beat their best draws, which is like double DRC, turn 3 Murktide or something like that. With like force backup or like gut shot into kill your submerged backup or something like that. I don't know what's going on, but we've been in queues for 7 minutes now. Usually you see this in like vintage or something, but very, very strange to see this in legacy. I think while we wait, oh, I mean, spoke too soon. Could be, yeah. I think people are starting to realize how messed up Reclaimer is. Not just in green white depths or lands or posts, but also in elves. I think this is like fine. It's funny too because I think obviously biased. I think elves is like the rare exception where I think the better configuration is the less popular one. Stake is high. Maybe this is a yeah. I think this. I was gonna say a reanimator player. So I mentioned this before. The fetch land I am most afraid of now is Bloodstained Mire. Like I do not want to face against Bloodstained Mire decks. Sure. I don't think that's the case, Levi. It might be on paper. No, sorry, on Moto now. There's a chance because of just how good it was at Eternal Weekend, especially Eternal Weekend Bayou in particular. But I think paper play is a whole different story, and there is still a lot of people playing Nettle Sentinel, I believe, or the traditional build. I shouldn't say Nettle Sentinel because it's not really Reclaimer versus Nettle Sentinel. It's more like, to me, it's like, do you want to play the best creature in the deck? And I guess not everybody wants to. Similarly, like, do you want to play Brainstorm? I mean, usually the answer is yes, but for some reason people don't want to play Reclaimer. Jeez, main deck leyline? Yeah, yeah, I definitely know that. Like, also the play patterns tend to be different. So if you played the traditional build before, it's probably what's the word I'm looking for? What you're used to. We're probably just dead, to be honest. Like, they're on the play, and we don't have a fast kill. Like, I don't scoop to reanimator players anymore because I'm being aggressive at least like half the times it resolves. But I don't think this is gonna be one of those times. Yeah, EW Bayou. I wanted to send out a poll actually, like when is the true breakout of this deck? And there's a couple of times that come to mind, right? Like I think one when I played it in the showcase qualifier, like April of 2020. Also, there was a time where Jorg and sorry, I mispronounced. Jorg and Josh, finished 1 and 3 respectively in the challenge, and with Josh winning it all. So that was another big moment. And then obviously whoever Scooby Loo or SDTCB are, I don't know who those are, but we know trophy racing, and of course EW, particularly EW Bayou. And of course I think I didn't bother sending out the poll because I think the latter option would probably run away with the votes. Will guy from EW did well. With elves or with what deck, Jason? Because the only ooh, that's okay. That's probably this game. Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't even think about that. That Will did do really well. Props to Will for being such an excellent pilot. usually Will plays the traditional build, but I think he's come around on the fact that the Reclaimer build is better. All right. I think. Let me see how we board here. One question that gets asked is why do I board out Archon? Is because I don't want them to reanimate it by accident, and it comes up enough where I think it's just not worth it. Yeah, so the thing is, like, I've talked about this before. I I think that's a trap because, or a fallacy specifically, only because I don't think you want to get into a racing situation in the first place because our fast mana, which is like Birchrow Rangers and Heritage Druid, are summoning or pseudo summoning sick, I guess. Yeah, so those are the builds that are maybe if you like the speed version, you probably can do that and still keep some of the resilience at the expense of silver bullets, which it's not the worst trade off, but is a trade off. So I think that's probably okay. I think people are realizing you can get away without Queer Ranger now, and those are builds. What they're doing, they're cutting Queer Ranger. I think we can just board them all in. Might steal a win or something, especially if they have on the show and tell plan. What was I gonna say? Oh, so giving up a turn. The thing is, like, yeah, like I said, I don't think it's makes any sense for a creature deck to try to raise another deck in the combo mirror when their fast mana is Dark Ritual and your fast mana is Heritage Druid. Like, you're weak to removal, and then your fast mana is also slower, right? Like Arbor's, comes down a turn later. Um, so to me, that logic was always flawed, but that's just my 2 cents. But yeah, I know I don't want to stir the pot too much or at all, really. I think if people enjoy that type of playstyle, and because the thing is, like, some people just enjoy playing Ant, or some people just enjoy playing what is it called? TES. And if you like the more proactive playstyle instead of the patient, which is like TES for instance, instead of the patient playstyle of Ant, then it's probably not for you. The good thing is, like, you'll know right away when playing the deck. So the deck kind of self weeds. Right, exactly. So that's my point, Sadra. I don't want to, like, harp on it too much, but just since it was asked, that was just my 2 cents, so to speak. All right, so we're gonna do the one of my favorite plays against this deck, which is we're gonna run out the Once Upon a Time, and then play into the Reclaimer. So now it's like turn one or bust, right? I don't think this is correct. I'm gonna board it out. Every time I board it in, I regret it. So if they have it, they have it. Like, we live with it. I would not keep that hand for what it's worth on the draw. It's not fast enough. Sure. Actually, I messed up. I should have played the land because if they show and tell in something, it's irrelevant. Or sorry, yeah, if they show and tell in something, I can trophy whatever they show and tell outside of Iona. That was a misplay. Shoot, I think we're gonna get punished. I thought about it too, and then for some reason I just like clicked the arbor. Oh, not punished. Wow. All right, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna waste the blue source. Yeah, that we got lucky not to get punished there. Actually, hold on. I think the correct play is to do that. And then we don't want to draw the bayou, so I'm going to preemptively fetch. The good thing is if we can get to game 3, this might just be a KO. Because they don't think we have leyline. This is what I mean by trophy is a little bit awkward. Like, it's not really what... The clock is so much slower as a result. Debatable whether we want it or not. But given we've already boarded in, we're going to play accordingly. I think the line here is, if they don't do anything, we're going to thin and... Silence? Interesting. We're just gonna fetch the get the cradle out of our deck. A visionaries and Warwoods is not great, but probably still better. Warwood's actually not the worst. I think here we're gonna seize. Let's see what they do. Sure. Thank you for the follow, Cry Kohler. Yeah, I think I'm boarding this out. It's not great. We take the card we only care about. So one thing I will sometimes be forgetful is how many cradles are left in the deck. So something to keep in mind. We've already fetched out our other black source, so we have to play a little bit. We have to be a little cognizant of this. All right. I mean, they are going for it now. Take the exhume. I think at this point we can probably just bash. last game. Yeah, I don't like this card. Every time I board it in, I'm not satisfied. That's not right what I did. It should be like this. Actually, the collector oops, should be a Waterwood. That's a mistake. It's okay though. I think we are keeping that. I should have, yeah, that's okay. It's a little bit antsy, but I think as of right now, our line is going to be Bayou Shepherd. Fetch Bayou Shepherd. But we'll see what they do. We did not, get a high roll and open with a ley line. Oh, this is a low roll though. This card, even though it doesn't look great in this matchup, it actually, between it and Reclaimer, allows you to kill quickly. Looting? Yikes. Okay. What do I want here? Probably that. Actually, that's not bad at all. I'll take that any day. I think we won, to be honest. Oh. They knew Shipper was on board. I don't know what's going on. Um, it's like, do we care? Probably not, right? This is kind of neat. You gotta do everything here. While keeping up endurance, hardcast. So the game is over, in my opinion. I don't think there's an out. I think the only out there I can see is they had 2 cards in hand, and they would have to seize our endurance into faithless looting. Actually, that doesn't even work because you have to discard both cards. Yeah, I don't think there's. All right. Beat combo. What was they on? This one was Jund 3 times. Yeah, it's not supposed to be, but our opponent for some reason didn't realize it. They should not be going for Chancellor in this matchup. I guess that's, but because they can't is also a good reason. Mm, I think the list felt pretty good. We can probably just run it back. We beat combo 3 times, which was pretty nice. I will use the restroom real quick, as so I will be back in 1 minute. Close this and my BRB. So I just saw the discourse that Jason brought up. I agree. Yeah, 4 Archon is significantly better than Chancellor, but there's still one for your opponent to potentially screw up, right? It's relatively new. My good friend and so I mentioned this earlier. So this stream is a big milestone for me because I finally realized I can actually be a Twitch affiliate. I didn't realize that was an option before. But Inigo, aka Runcore, on Moto and on Discord and on Twitter, has helped me set up a lot of the stream stuff. So, as big of it as a milestone for me, it's also a big milestone for him because he deserves all the credit for a lot of the bells and whistles that you see with this stream. Like, I definitely did none of it, and I'll be the first to admit that a lot of the stuff that made it more professional, I guess, or looks nicer, it is all Runcore's doing. So one just full disclosure, Jason played in the showcase qualifier that we're referring to, the canister one. And one thing is that meta game was a little bit inbred. So what I mean by that is it was I think only 24 people played, but um, usually it's 27 because you have 3 showcases of 8, and then the last chance winners. No, speaking of which, never count that out. Reportedly, somebody we know rode that to the last chance into winning the overall thing. I don't know who that was, but apparently they played Elves. So Cyberzilla. Yeesh. Believe it or not, I'm gonna keep this. It's like I don't like mulling the like this should be a keep, I think. Oh god. They're probably on some kind of combo. Anytime somebody mulls the 4, it's like a good thing if you're playing a blue deck, right? It's a horrible thing if you are not and you because they're probably on combo. Yep, there it is. Ah, man. Shoot. Alright. My fears were concerned. Oh, sorry, were confirmed when they mulled a 4 in hopes of like T1ing us. I had the 4th. They put. We need mana, so. I wouldn't be surprised either. I think Archon of Cruelty is insanely good, and maybe that just means you have less protection. I don't know, but like I cannot beat it. That does not seem correct to me. They're obviously taking this, but that I've never lost, and we'll see if we jinx ourselves. I've never lost a game where our opponent first reanimation spell was on grief. We'll see how true that holds, but I personally have never lost it. Bingo. It is why this card is so good. This Jesus. Dig 5. It's a mini dig through time. Uh-oh. Maybe I jinxed myself too earlier. If they get the reanimate, yeah, significantly better than Impulse. That's a free Impulse to start the game. We got a fade for 1 turn, and it looks like we did. So they probably take the glimpse. I can't imagine they're gonna take one of these. Oh, they okay, so they did. It's not the worst because glimpse is not good here, but I think we just got a fade drawing our bog now. I think we probably won. There's an argument to be made to once for a land here. I think that's a little bit greedy. You opened yourself up for no reason. Like, I think I'm actually a closeted control player because a lot of times I don't think about how to win. I think about how to not to lose the game. So, which is why this kind of play style I think I enjoy. I wasn't always like this, by the way. I used to a lot. I think I've seen people ask, "Oh, does Newton? Did he ever play the Nettle version, the traditional?" Build? I did, and I actually ran at one point super combo-y, like 4 Birch Lore, 4 Heritage, 4 Nettle, and 4 Queen Ranger, like all in the same deck. And the crazy thing is, I thought about it. That count of 4 creatures was 16 at one point that we played, and that was like right before Fire Design started, right? And now the number of copies I'm running total between those 16 is 4. And the 4 copies are 2 Birch Lore, 2 Heritage. Nice. Okay, so I think we're just gonna try to go off here. Yeah, okay. stealing game one against Reanimator. Not unheard of, actually, these days. Difficult, but not unheard of. The nice thing I've liked about Wasteland is in these kind of situations where you already have your uh, control of the game, so to speak, against these combo decks, like it's another thing for them to play around. Like you can just like they have to fetch basics all of a sudden, and you can just waste them and keep them off the mana they can to potentially get back in the game. I think that's how I wanted a map. Pretty much. We what 3-0 on the verge of potentially 4-0 tonight. I don't think I want this. It just seemed too slow. And Collector Oof, I don't think is actually that good. Like it's like fringe, can be good, but usually when it's good, you probably are in good shape. You don't really want to draw it when you're behind. I think this is probably a mole. This is also a mole. You need turn one disruption, and this is turn two. On the play, I would probably keep, but not here. It's like within the range of keep. It's one of the worst of keeps, to be honest. But I'd probably keep. I don't like. Elves is a critical mass deck, so one downside of playing Elves is you don't really get to abuse the mulligan rule. Yikes. Okay. Finally, a keepable. Probably not. I just assume they always have a turn two. This is probably the best. Uh, One of the pitfalls of only running 5 hate is this can't happen. We didn't see any Thoughtseize, which is like kind of surprising, but what can you do? Does us no good here to once in response, so we just let it pass. I think the ideal thing is we just top deck a land and Reclaimer here. Or the other. Oh my god, that's really good too. I think we have to play conservatively. And we got rewarded. Like, at minimum, you were bluffing, right? But we're not this time. I don't think we fetch here. Ew. Yeah, I think we have to. It wasn't because if we drew a green card, I potentially want to save that to find a Reclaimer or a second Endurance. Okay, we got rewarded for our Green Sun there. Like, these draws have been just absolutely savage. Alright, now we can just take over the game. This is like, I know it looks like, I don't know what this looks like to be. A Knight of Reliquary, it's really closer to somewhere between a Stoneforge Mystic and a, what's the word? And a Deathrite Shaman. The next one will get Wasteland. We're not quite, oh my god, why? We have to bluff. I should have set my stop. That was a mistake. We're hoping to just draw natural to bail us out right now because this awkward bog is in our hand, and at some point they're going to be priced into going for it, so we can only bluff for so long. Like sometimes they just have to hope we drew it or something, and this happened right now, but they don't have to do it yet. But at some point when we're threatening lethal, they're gonna have to be they're gonna be priced into going for it. Sure, that's not the worst. The question is if they think we allowed it or if we drew the bog. So we're out of arbors and we're out of bayous, so the deck thinning now is gonna be the cradle. So they didn't attack because we're gonna kill them otherwise. Awkward draw. Shoot. It's possible they figured out that bog is in our hand. Nice. That's a hell of a draw. It definitely benefited us there. Like they have to respect it until, but we have no choice, right? The Grizzlebrand's in the yard now. We might as well just do it. let's see, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can't do everything we want. We can't ley line and endurance. Actually, we can. So I think we're gonna deck thin some more. Like here, it's well, actually we have a force left that we could have done, but we need the black mana for ley line. So oh, I miss. Actually, that's not. That's okay. I don't remember it. This might be the same one. I think here we want to pitch the shepherd. The game is probably over. Yeah, so they're aware. I guess we're the fun police tonight. Let's look at the deck and where we can realistically improve. I think the main deck is probably solved at this point. Wasteland being the new addition. Sorry, Wasteland and Once Upon a Time being the new additions to the fourth Once Upon a Time being the new additions to the deck. The idea is you want to smooth out the deck, and Once Upon a Time is like a half a sideboard card, without making it as clunky as like an Endurance in the main. And Wasteland has just been absolutely gross. ESBI. Don't know what they're on. Hand's generically good, so. Oh god. We're gonna be tested this game. This is presumably lands. I don't know any other deck that plays Sheltered Thicket. So we'll just have to see, right? Yep. Presumably that was a actually it can't be a top deck. It might have been already in hand. Their hand is a little bit awkward though. All right. We have a turn 2 natural order. I think we're gonna just cash it in. I think we're most afraid of instant right now. They waste us here, so be it. They might name reclaimer, which would be nice. Because we can shepherd them. We didn't reveal it intentionally because of that. Like, this is almost like a natural order, right? It's like a mini natural order. Sure, that's actually good. What in the world? I don't think that's normal, but alright. Maze of If. So the funniest story about this card is it's a card I tried a long time ago as a reclaimer target. I cut it after one league. Recently, with the issues of Murktide Regent, I tried playing it again. And then I was reminded why this card is bad in Elves. It's just like it's so susceptible to Wasteland and whatever else. It's like so easily answered that I don't think it's worth it. That was probably better lucky than good. I don't know why they're running Ragavan in their lands deck. But we'll take it. I don't think so. Jarvis and I have had this discussion. We don't think Endurance is particularly good against lands actually, because to answer Loam, it's like a 0 for 2, and it's not chump blocking a Mirror Lage is not really a winning line in my opinion. Like it's a little fringe. I think we just cut the slowest pieces, but let me just check my map. That's why it's nice to have a sideboard map ahead of time. You don't have to think. What? Oh, Progenitor should be coming in. And I think that is it. So so the way that the sideboard philosophy is built is you have the ability to transform into a control deck, a combo deck, or a mid-range deck. And Lands has historically struggled against combo decks. So we're just trying to go as fast as possible and into a combo deck essentially. And Assassin's Trophy is our catch-all. And this is possible because of Endurance being a mid-range card that is applicable in combo as well. Not the best. I don't think we're afforded the luxury to just mold to natural order though, so I'm just gonna keep. Like I don't think that's like a winning line. Sphere? Nope, that's kind of bad too. Reclaimer? There you go. Ask and you shall receive. Hopefully it doesn't get punishing fired. It could. I mean, but I think we have to hope that it doesn't. We have to answer this loan somewhat soon. Oh, they didn't. Interesting. I don't know what is going on here, but I'm not gonna block. Okay, so they did us a favor. I don't understand why you would keep this in against Elves. especially out of this deck. Like sometimes I understand you don't have anything else to bring in, and maybe that's the case here, but it does not feel that way to me. But who knows? Okay, so we're in for grind fest now. I'm not gonna block, so might as well attack. Playing a creature does us no good here too. Maybe. See, it seems like it, Sadra. Yeah, I don't really understand what's going on here. Like, you can have that. We're probably still gonna lose because, like, we don't have the answer to this at the moment. But we'll see. Our game plan right now is Wasteland. Or Cradle. They loam this turn, so... Okay. I think that actually does them more harm than good. Because I don't think you want to be paying for the Tabernacle trigger. So this is an interesting spot. I think until we need this to live. We need just to hit a land drop here. Arbor block complete. Yeah. We're not gonna win. The thing is, we're not gonna win if we don't develop our mana. Science has gone too far. I don't think we care about that Ragavan. Like, we really need to hit this third land drop though. That's what's holding us back right now because that's not entirely true. I was gonna say we can't afford to lose the reclaimer, but that's not entirely true anymore because we drew another one. Sure. So here I think now in upkeep I can just let the reclaimer die, and then we're gonna get a cradle. We need to unlock our mana, and we cannot at the moment. This is some monkey business going on here. Oh shit! I screwed up. Man. I was supposed to fetch in response. That was bad. Oh my god. Alright, I can't make that mistake again. I don't think it matters in the grand scheme of things, luckily, but that's just bad play by me. I apologize for cussing, for anybody offended. What I needed to do, and I don't know, I must have just, autopilot there and clicked OK. What I really, alright, now I potentially just get punished, right? Was not click OK for the Tabernacle, fetch, and then, what is it called? And then Reclaimer. I don't think it matters though, but honestly, we're just probably just dead. Yeah, honestly, we're probably just dead. Ugh, maybe this is a lesson. Like we have to mulligan. We also did not draw the third land for like forever, and I think this hand gets a lot better when Assassin's Trophy is online. All right. That was a mistake on their behalf. They could have killed my reclaimer. I mean, it dies anyways, I guess. Um, I think we bog now. Well, we can. What is going on? Oh, that's why. Okay, that was a mistake by me. Yep, that was really bad. All right. The funny thing is they're gonna lose all their creatures. I probably should have just got the cradle. Like I just forgot about the cycle to play around surgical effects there. Actually, this. The consideration for the token was in case it grows bigger, I can't block it later. Oh, maybe that's a maze. Our opponent is does not appear, at least to me, playing very optimally. Like this does not feel like what you should be doing as a lands player, but maybe that's overthinking it. They pitched a tabernacle, which is interesting. Like I don't know what this could be here other than like a maze. But a maze to protect one of their creatures just does not seem like the best of the options. Sure, that's the equivalent of a maze. I think what's gonna happen is they're gonna loan back their tabernacle, and we're gonna leave our assassin's trophy up as a result. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's just like very strange stuff going on here. Loan. Yep. Now I kind of regret not. Well, actually, we can have a draw two here, but I think the better play is just to play out our dudes. Yeah. Depending what happens here, We may have a big turn next turn. I'm fully expecting Tabernacle to come down though. They seem to be main phasing a lot of stuff, so yep. Very just interesting, curious decisions going on. Sure. This game has gone long enough where I think, based on the way our opponent is playing, it is potentially within the realm of stealing. We should not be in this game, but we might be now. And because they're making some very strange plays. Sure, I don't think we care. Like, I would think they want to. We did not want to draw that though. I would think they want to draw Tabernacle, but I guess not. Oof. Slightly punished. Not super though. That is huge. Um, the problem that we're in is we need to make sure we don't randomly die to the constructs. I think we're probably okay though because we can bounce and untap. Um, we would lose something, but maybe that's okay. It's gotta be a creature here though. That helps. I think here we already used the Wirewood. I think you take the Visionary. Yeah. Yeah, this game is definitely within range of stealing. Our opponent has given us a lot of time to draw out of it. We're gonna chump here, which is fine. We probably have to block the Wirewood at this point because of Punishing Fire. But maybe they don't even have it, it's hard to say. Also, depending on how they tap it. I would probably not want to chance losing the Punishing Fire. I'm okay, I think, with trading with the Wirewood. If they preemptively kill our Wirewood here so we can't chump effectively, ooh. Then what I'll do is I'll untap the whatever I'm okay with dying. Oh my god, that's game. Actually, no. I think we need the mana. mana. That's a very brutal turn. So now we gotta just chump for no value. It's crazy to me that they're playing Blast Zone. I guess it's good against Delver maybe, but you don't really need help in my opinion against Elves. But it could be just splash damage. Not hitting the cradle is insane to me there too. That's kind of nice. Yeah, that's fair, Levi. From here, not many. I think it's got to be visionary into like more visionaries. They could, but they didn't for some reason. Yeah, I don't. They've made some very strange plays this game overall. We're probably just dead on board. I'm trying to think what else we even have. But let's see that we can check that basics post board. Looks like they boarded it out. Yeah, that's a fair point. I don't. Yeah, some very strange stuff going on this game, and match actually, not even game. We're not dead, but we have to hit like a glimpse or something right now. Like, how many turns have we gone without hitting anything relevant? We actually, oh, I think we tossed the glimpse away earlier, which is the irony. Whoa, that does things. Man, this is tough because. Oh man, this is tough. Hoof is not even enough here. Oh my god, the visionary's already gone. No, it's not. Okay, that's what I was counting on. Nope. No, I don't think so. We also potentially just draw better. We didn't. We like took forever to get out of this game, and if we drew like decently, I think we'd probably win this game. Like it doesn't make any sense to me, right? Like I mean, I guess they don't see the line. If they just blast zone us, we lose. Let's see. What do we have here that we're working with? argument to be made. We want 1 endurance to 2 to 4, but I mean, there's the blast zone. They would have won already. Alright, now we're just dead. At what point is then timing out in play? That's not within realm yet. I'm just gonna concede. Also, I try not to really time people out, with the exception unless they're very, very slow. Like, our opponent is not like super behind us in terms of clock, and if my opponent is like 10 minutes behind me, for instance, I am not gonna be as lenient in terms of like, it's a league, right? Like, I'm not gonna be as lenient in terms of like trying to time people out. But if you are like 15 minutes behind me, 10, like, then I don't feel as what's the word I'm looking for? I'm not as sympathetic. Especially if I'm already dead on board or whatever, right? Like, this is for practice anyways, and time is money, and my own time in terms of like just trying not to time people out is worth something as well. But again, like, full disclosure, the rules are different also if you're like way behind. Like, I cannot stand that. That's a good point. I already unfortunately clicked. I don't like to play assuming the opponent's gonna screw up, but it's like fair point. Well, probably okay. And we just put the burst lore back. Everything else is like solid. That's not even a question. I think anything above 5 minutes behind starts to be unreasonable. 10 is egregious in my opinion. Do I want the Arbor? Probably, for mana reasons. Oh, they're gonna try to Tabernacle. This is like actually a consideration for Oof actually, but I don't think we should. I don't know if it's correct or not. I go back and forth. All right, we're just gonna play towards the glimpse. Unfortunately, we can't punish them here with our collector Oof, but we're just gonna visionary instead. Yeah, Foundry's like horrible, but it's like good against Mox Diamond and Map, I guess, because we know they have Saga. And hitting their mana is not even the best. It's like only if they're. It's either. It's like high variance, right? It's either insane or not good at all. Great, that's not good for us. We have to fire it off to cycle. It's almost impossible to beat lands without Cradle. I'm gonna play it now so I can just pass the turn. They may just Tabernacle us here. So the good thing is if they Tabernacle us here, what I do is I'm gonna kill the Arbor in response to the Tabernacle trigger. And then I'm gonna let the Visionary die. That's okay with me. do we have two cradles in the yard? Oh, we pitched one. So that one will die. Nope. We gotta let this live. And then we just pitch the rest. This feels bad, but it's a necessary evil. Alright, man, if they have crop for the kill right now, that'd be pretty bad. Uh, some, I think. It's like not unreasonable. It could be an attempt for merit lage here. Okay, I'm glad in attack. I'm actually thrilled that they did that. Because this is live again from my arbor. I have no idea why they have this in. It's like very bad in my opinion. But again, like we said, they should or they could, but they did the opposite. Their hand seems to be like a lone heavy hand. I don't know what else it could be, right? Like the way this game is played out. Sure. It's now or never. Could be relevant down the road for Assassin's Trophy. We're gonna get at least one more draw, possibly two. We hit a one drop. Um, don't think we want to use this on the arbor. Well, it's not the worst actually, because we have the cradle to pay for everything. I like that. Yeah, they did us a huge favor by putting the arbors back into the deck. And I feel like they boarded in just to shrink Reclaimer, and I think that's kind of anemic. I don't look. This is not gonna go to the distance. Like, I don't think I've ever lost 200 turns going the distance. So, and they're taxing their own mana to doing that. Alright, this is like the worst part of Tabernacle. 6. I don't even bother. Like, to save time, I just use the cradle to pay for everything. There's situations where you're not supposed to do that, but I think time could be an issue going down the road. So I'm gonna do it this way. Also, if they crop rotation, that's another reason um, to pay with cradle up front. I'm gonna represent Assassin's Trophy. Another endurance? Yep. It's fine by me. Uh, Actually, no, the mana is too important. I thought about pitching it for, but I think I want the creature effect in case we draw another cradle. Oh, we have to play a little faster now. One draw too late. Good question, but Jason. I think not there because I don't know if we can. Well, let me see. One, two. I have to look at the mana. Okay, so they conceded. That's fine. You bring up a good point. I was up against the clock too, so essentially what I did was allowed my autopilot to kick in. Yeah, I think you are correct. Five looks is pretty deep, and that's probably lethal on board right there. Especially with the wasteland to potentially hit chasm or something like that. So I think it's not unreasonable. We would lose to Blasno regardless. So I think you have a good point for the five looks. I just went into autopilot mode because I was a little bit concerned about the time, and even though the tabernacle here is gonna be gone next turn, I don't know if they have some kind of recursion or not. Probably not with the ley line out, but you never know. Um, but with that said, I'll go ahead and take a quick restroom break. That was a pretty grindy matchup. But I do like your play of Once Upon a Time. I think under most circumstances, I would think to do that. I just missed it there because I was a little bit concerned about the clock. Um, be right back. So I am back. Yeah, I think so too, Sadra. But I mean, sometimes you got to make mistakes to get better. For the most part, I personally don't think I've ever improved without you know having it preceded by a regretful mistake or like missed board or like misplay or what's it called? Yeah, in general, I think for me at least, the best way to learn is by making mistakes, because especially the more painful ones you tend to remember, and ideally don't make again. Something I try to do is try not to repeat mistakes or limit the amount of repeated mistakes. Doesn't mean it doesn't happen, but that's why I tend to watch replays of matches or games I've thrown away to see if I can catch something that maybe I missed during the game. Um, Especially when you're up against the board, right? Or up against it, you don't realize certain things because you're thinking about you're tunnel visioning into some other stuff. So let's see if we can continue our good luck today so far. Born confused. I really hope they're still not confused. This hand is like a little bit of a slower hand. Uh, I will keep this most of the time, unless I know they are on combo. And, I mean, I don't know anything about this username, so. This is not a fetch land I want to see, and I was correct. Black fetches are not, yeah, are not things I want to see. Particularly Bloodstained Mire. I'm just gonna yield because they know our hand. There sure is a lot of Reanimator these days. Mm-hmm. We're probably just dead. I can't imagine we're winning this game. Yep. There it is. Could be a Reanimate right now. Or could be a Dark Ritual Entomb. Sorry, Exhume. Although they would have done it before, so probably Reanimate. Yikes. This is devastating, to be honest. Ugh, my god. Um. Why didn't that work? Believe it or not, guess what is the take here? Or what is the discard? It's gotta be this. We need the visionary. We need the lands to hit every turn, essentially, is the reason. So we can eventually top deck well. We are not. We are alive, actually, which is the crazy part. Oh, I didn't even pay attention to my life. Oh, I just dead. Alright, that is okay. We expected to lose game one. After we saw they were on martial arts. I think this is reasonable enough. This is our third, I think, matchup against Reanimator today, and I think, how many? I think we are 4-0 at the moment, but we're down a game here. I forgot what else we beat. Oh, we beat Doomsday once, and we beat something else that I don't remember. I do remember being 4-0 against Combo. I just don't remember what the last Combo deck was. It might have been Show and Tell, actually. Oh, yeah, it was Blue-Green Omni. Nope, that's not cutting it. Also not cutting it. It's a density problem, right? You just have to have enough. Ugh. Yikes. Let me think. I think we want to hit land drops, so I'm gonna put that back. A very interesting hand. I think we take the reanimate. Maybe their plan was discard. Like, don't do anything for turn, then discard. It's the only thing I can think of. If they're on the show and tell Jesus here. Sure. Oh, that's okay with me. They're about to get blown out. Probably doesn't matter. It's like anybody's game at this point. Probably we're slightly ahead because they need two parts of a combo. We only need one. We mold pretty poorly, so. We probably are ahead at this point. We should be favored to win. Even on the mold of 3 or whatever it was. Sure. Start attacking. There's no reason to. One of the nice things about boarding out Glimpse is there's no reason to hold creatures in hand now. If it plays around discard and doesn't, it makes decisions easier for you in endurance matchups. Like there's no, yeah, there's no reason to hold in creatures now. You just play to the board and hope to draw natural order. And I'm gonna hold this in hand because concealing it, playing it does no good here. It can force, it can potentially, draw Thoughtseize. Reclaimer. There it is. This card is just ridiculous. I almost feel silly for playing only 3 copies now, before. Like, I think with Endurance in the mix, there's little reason to not run the full set. Like, this card is just so dumb. Oh god, shoot. We might just be dead here. What? Oh, I see what's going on. They want to pitch the Archon. I mean the Rider. To dig for a reanimation spell. That's fine. Better lucky than good. This is what I mean by playing to the board, right? Everything is streamlined post-board against combo. You don't need to worry about holding creatures in hand against when endurance matters. Alright, time to steal one more, and hopefully we can beat 3-0. The dream here is just start the game with Leyline, but we'll see. This is not bad. Keep. The line here is turn 2 Reclaimer. Tell me they have it all. Oh my god. Wait, what? Why would you do it now? I guess maybe like permission or something, I don't know. Oh, I think we're just dead. Shoot. Yeah, we are very much probably just dead. Yep. There's the scenario where I don't play Leyline. Sadra. That was brutal. Let me see. Do we have an out here? Probably not. Yeah, I think we're just cold. It's a little tilting because, like, what if I have Caracas? There's a scenario where I can race with a Shepherd that's boosted, but it's highly unlikely. If nothing else, this makes them think potentially we have Caracas in the deck, in case we run into them in the future. Trying to think what. I think that was a reasonable keep, and you just play the percentages. If they have discard into um, reanimation spell, then you just live with it. Yeah. So I think we're 4-1 now against combo of the night. 2-1 overall against reanimator. I think that's probably okay. I think run is probably just better. For 2 reasons. One mana. Two, excuse me. Edict's interesting, but I think 1 mana is the big deal, and then I was gonna say, actually, Edict's probably okay now that I think about it, because it's also uncounterable. Might be worth testing. That is an excellent suggestion, Sadra. I have to think about that. Stake is high. I believe this was the reanimator player. Um, Believe it or not, this is probably a mole. Because if they start with Chancellor, we just lose. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Maybe we have to play 3 ley lines and just like scare them. I like to vary my ley line count too. Between, I haven't played 4 in quite a while, but only because of endurance. But I mean, one of these days, I'm just gonna play 4 C's, 4 endurance, 4 ley line, and just like ruin people's days. In addition to the 4 reclaimers main deck already, right? We are 2-1 to be fair against it, but it's just not very fun Magic. That is funny. I'm actually happy to see this. We can actually race this. We have to get a little bit lucky though. That is not very good in my opinion. Yeah, for Once Upon a Time too. We do have the Green Sun already in hand, so I think we can actually fade potentially more reanimation spells and then get to Grist in time. Well, Once Upon a Time has just been phenomenal, Romario. Ever since they took the slot of Endurance, it's almost like a free upgrade because it's like not as awkward, but then it's still a strong sideboard card. Ooh, that's actually a really strong top deck because, and the reason is because in case they draw a discard spell, you can still Grist them. What is going on here? So, I guess since we're on the stop right here, I'd like to take some time to explain why I have the stops the place that I do, or those default stops. All right. So we can beat a 1 discard spell here. We can't beat a 2nd reanimation spell, but we weren't beating that regardless. And actually, this kind of ensures. Well, it could be a land drop, I guess. What did they pitch? Exhume. So that's actually good news for us. I don't blame them. Like, you gotta do what you gotta do. Alright. So here we have. We're gonna get the Reclaimer, and then we're gonna Grist. I just want to make sure this is correct, and not punt. Actually, we're gonna pitch a creature. We'll do this. Oh, that's brutal. Maybe they screw up here and name Planeswalker. Shoot. As far as I know, Sadra, yeah. I think 61 was always a mistake, personally speaking. I'm glad to have said I've never registered 61. I have really liked the main decks. So, Romario, I think it's worth trying, but the problem is, like, what do you cut, right? Like do you just go down to one heritage? It seems kind of like iffy. Um, like the options for cutting or like trimming, in my opinion, right now, is maybe you play over the collector Oof, but I think the collector Oof does too much, personally. Um, like the fourth shepherd's kind of like shaky as well. Uh, or maybe the birch lore or the heritage and just go down to three of those effects. But that just seems a little slow. It's not the end of the world, regardless, though. I may tinker with that. That's probably where it would potentially come up, like one of those slots. I think the wasteland belongs in the main though. Yeah, Julian. Oops. If I recall correctly, top aided. I mean, Bazaar a Moxen or something like that with 61 with Rurik Thar as 61 first card, and then it's stuck after that. Um, if I remember correctly, I think he had trouble deciding what the last cut was, so he ran one over. I believe he mentioned that on his website, but I'm not 100% sure. It's just a guess. It's kind of insane that we lost there because our opponent gave us a chance to win by getting what is that card? By getting Sarah Emissary instead of Gristlebrand. But say la vie, right? I think if they lead with Chancellor, you go ahead and lead with the Shepherd. It like makes for really awkward sequencing though, but nothing of this is good. The ley line would have been nice, but that's about it. Entomb, Exhume, and Reanimate. So we're gonna take the Entomb. This is like this art is throwing me off. So, alright, so we have full information now. They can still end step Echoing Truth or Reclaimer, but now not really. Unfortunately, sorry, Sadra. It's like I don't know what it is. Something about it. Maybe because I don't have the best sight, but like it throws me off. Sure. So the reason why we made this play is, like, you never exile Exhume, sure. you never know when they're gonna have removal, so I wanted to make sure the Reclaimer lives. They have Echoing Truth, but I mean, I'm talking about hard removal, right? Like to constrain their mana. Sure, they take the card that's redundant. Sure. Again, I've never had this be successful against me, so we'll see how that plays out. I think what I'm gonna do is I'll talk a little bit about it afterwards, but I'm gonna get an Arbor and then do everything end step. So I think here the correct play is to thin into Once Upon a Time. Actually, oh my god, that was a mistake. That was a mistake. I should have taken the Reclaimer. Because I can bounce and to stop the Echoing Truth. Oh, that was bad. That was bad. Oh man, was bad. Yeah. So taking the Reclaimer, what that does is it gives me 2 orders of protection. Um, Probably should have attacked, to be honest. Because it's not gonna matter. Why are they attacking? I'm okay with that actually. The only mistake I made was I should have activated Reclaimer response, but that's okay. Yeah, that was the misplay. This should not be attacking again. Like, I'm starting to win the race. Alright, that makes it easy. This is my fourth time today, Mr. Lee. We're 2-1 right now. We'll see if we can be 3-1. How much mana do I have? 1, 2, 3, 8. Yeah. I guess we'll fetch. Sure. No worries. All good. All good, Mr. Lee. Kind of go through the motions. I think this game is virtually over, but it doesn't hurt to be a little careful. Why they're playing silence, I'm not sure. Yep. Maybe to play around the endurance, but I think if you can be 3-1 against reanimators 75%, and you're not running even that much graveyard hate, like 2 ley line, if anything, I think that's probably still a victory. If I really wanted a hose reanimator, I'd probably just play like 3-3 or something. Ideally, this is not in our hand, but it's got a Thoughtseize. I don't think we want to mulligan too aggressively. They're at 5 already, so whatever that's worth. Oh, thank you for the sub, David. Decent. Appreciate it. This is the first, what's it called, day of affiliate, I guess. It's probably the best way to put it. I think we want to save this for land. So I'm gonna once now. Ew, that's all bad. The grist is like okay, I guess. I think we take the animated. We're cold to some stuff at the moment, but it's okay. If they don't unmask here, we're gonna take the. Okay, so they're doing it. They exiled the Dark Ritual, so they are down to just the Gristlebrand in hand. They probably don't take the Seas. They may take the Grist or the Natural Order. Like, there's no way they take the Seas here. Oh, nice, decent. I love to hear it. So I'm assuming that was a 4-1. Assuming you play one league. I mean, I know some people don't. I like clean numbers, so leagues are nice. So fives, but I don't always finish on a league. So okay, 2-1's not bad. Like, I mean, I'd take 66% like most of the time. I have no idea what my actual win rate is. I have to look back. Of course, at the highest, like it's whatever 1950 converts to. I don't know what that is. I imagine the 80s, but whatever that converts to. And of course, not sustain, right? You can't sustain that for a long time. Yeah, I mean, I don't think you can reasonably pass up a turn one Thoughtseize. If they have the nuts, like, then so be it. But they're just playing into endurance, which they know you have like 3 to 4 copies of. They've got to be thinking between the Grist and the Natural Order. I don't think they're taking the Thoughtseize. They should not, at least. Yeah, that's the correct play. There's an argument to be made here. We seize them and bog them right now. And that's probably better than anything else we have to do. Because we don't want to just suddenly lose to a top deck Faithless Looting. So I think we just do it now and just bog them. They know about it already, so there's no way they run it. Like, we can hold it, but then it can get greedy, right? Don't think we want to be greedy. Well, that's not the best, but yeah, this is what I mean, right? You wait too long and suddenly this happens. It is a little bit awkward for us here. If they have a reanimation spell, we lose. Oh my god. What? Alright, we're in the game. That was a full-on punt by our opponent, but maybe they thought we had like Assassin's Trophy. Oh, actually, they did see it the previous game. That's kind of funny. Hmm. That is really funny. Yeah, for sure. That's definitely better lucky than good situation here. We're not out of the woods yet, though. We are not out of the woods yet. The grist is unfortunately in the graveyard already. I think we have to dig. And the only way we can do that is with a visionary. We have two turns at least, though. We're gonna build towards a hoof kill. That one is very nice. 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I think we have enough to do it. We need a fade discard spell here. Hey, it's our boy Jay Zhang himself. We are unfortunately taking down your one of your buddies here, the old reanimator. I mean, better lucky than good. We should have lost this game. They named instant because they saw we played them earlier tonight. They saw Assassin's Trophy. So because of a previous misplay or misboard by us, they took the nervous route and named instant because we tried earlier in the night and they paired against us and they saw Assassin's Trophy. So our only out was Gris, and they could have easily named creatures, and Gris was already in our yard, so we were literally dead on board. We played against 6 combo players so far out of 9 matches. Uh, Actually, no, is that right? We have played 5. Yeah, I think 6 total, if I remember correctly, and we're like 5-1, I think. I think we are so far 3-1 against combo. Sorry, reanimators. So here, I'll type out the records. 3-1 against reanimator. 1-0 against Eureka. And then 1-0 against Doomsday, which I think is favorable now. So that is a nice clean 5-1 against combo. Pretty much combo police, right? I think this is a reanimator player too. I could be wrong. Probably a keep regardless. Pretty much. Well, 3-1. Ideally, you're undefeated, but it is what it is. I think here we just leave with a reclaimer. I don't know what they're on. I've seen this username, but I don't know what they're on. Alright, they are not on combo, I don't think. It could be show and tell, but that's about it. Hmm. I don't think so. Snow typically right. Well, it could be like band control or something. I hate this art. It's the mono one mana spells. Look at this lovely mana base. It is very hateful. I agree. I'm becoming what I despise. Could be, yeah, could be. Yeah, it's definitely the visionary play here. It could, visionary, good boy, visionary. As you can tell, I don't like wasting mana. Although this is like super awkward mana base. I know, right? Like, I was hoping one of the reclaimers could stick, and they had two plows. Otherwise, I'd swap one of these in for, well, I saw the wasteland in for a cradle. It's not out of the realm yet, but we'll see. Very possible. I know, right? I mean, that should be punishment enough. We are currently on the night 7-2, I think. But 6-1 against 5-1 against combo. Our one fair loss was to Delver, sadly enough. What is going on? Why were they ending that? I hate making this play, but I think it's correct. It's another visionary boy. Can we not draw? Oh my god. That is what I get for not getting the reclaimer there. And the iteration as a result. So that's bad. I should have just gotten reclaimer, but it just didn't feel right to do that. Actually, the correct line would have been actually to green sun for 0. Actually, I think I'll rectify that now. I guess, yeah, that's one way of looking at it. Alright, they forced that for some reason. I should have actually attacked first and then waste later in case they fetch for some reason, but small misplay by me. I think the mistake was definitely not Not getting the reclaimer the pre. Actually, it should have been. Yeah. What was the play we? I forget. Let's look back. Oh, we got another visionary. That's what we did. I feel like the play should have been just waste and arbor, but I mean it is what it is now. I think we have no choice but to run into the back to basics here. We have to get the Narset off the board. Not to mention this is like somewhat of a threat too. This is probably a loss. Like they have to draw real poorly here. This is a disaster. They have to whiff off these cantrips potentially. God, their mana base is just tilting me too. That's gotta be an ending, sure. Please don't have a 4th removal spell. The fact that they killed the shepherd tells me, or suggests to me that they have another removal spell. Because it doesn't make sense otherwise. Yeah, there it is. We have to get this off the board. That's not the worst. If we can just get this off the board, I think we can turn the corner. But easier said than done. Sure. They've used 3 swords already. What are the odds that they're gonna have one more? Please, please. I gotta make sure that's correct. Nice. All right, we're in business now. Okay, all right, so. So if we get, yeah, I think I'm gonna cycle one of the glimpses here. I just need board presence, and if they have a back to basics, look, it is what it is. I don't really care at this point. We have to get something on the board. Like these glimpses were stranded the whole game. That's a hell of a card. Sadra wished it into existence here, right? If they have the back to basics, we just live with it. Like it is what it is. If we untap and here, we probably win. In what was a very awkward game. All right, nice. You don't play Glimpse not to fire it off. Okay, how do I want to do this? I actually missed sequence there. I should have fetched first. Be, I should have used this basic actually. I think the birch lore is like real nice here on this board state. Yeah, it was. Oops, 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 oops. This is game one, but we had a super awkward draw earlier. I'm afraid of something like supreme verdict at instant speed. That's probably like the most dangerous thing right now. I actually screwed up right now. I should have attacked with a visionary, but it is what it is. Like, yeah, I don't think they are playing Supreme Verdict because with 8 removal spells, how are they going to beat a combo? I do believe this should lock it too. Let's see though. I mean, famous last words. I'm counting on them not to have Supreme Verdict or anything like that. I should have minus now that I think about it. Okay, I don't think I can. They definitely don't have Supreme Verdict then. I think that locks it, like mentioned. But just in case. Yep. Very strange game. Very strange game. Verdict needs the former. One white, white, blue. It's not that mana intense. Well, it is, but. Alright, I don't think we want a Wasteland against this back to basics deck. And I don't think we want Seas in this matchup. That's funny, Mephistophelies. That's pretty hilarious. I think we want the carpets. I don't think we want the heritage druids. Like kind of a liability. What else? The bog doesn't seem particularly great, but they could. We didn't see much, right? It's just blue white. I don't think I want Seas against this kind of deck. Oh right, they did splash iteration. Thanks, Adam. That's a good catch. So I definitely do want the bog. I can probably board out the birch lord, given that we boarded in carpets. And then we're just gonna play a really mid-range game. Like Seas, unfortunately, is not really good against these Tundra decks anymore. It's insane though against the black decks. I think this is a keep. What did I? Yeah, I think you just want endurances to just like draw out removal. Like these kind of decks you can just overpower typically. It gets harder if they have like counterbalance or something. I know Shepard helps with that, but I mean I still have nightmares of getting countertop locked. They Moto 5. We're on like a virtual Moto 6. This eventually is live later on, but not at the moment. Right, right. The nice thing about not boarding in C's as well is you can play around the black back to basics here. Not that I'm afraid of that card or anything, but it's like consideration. I think Visionary for sure. I like drawing cards. It'd be funny if they kept an ending hand and like they can't deal with this. Probably swords this, I would imagine. What is going on here? Pretty much, pretty much. Oh, that's annoying. Ugh, I screwed up. I should have. I was supposed to tap, but it's okay. It's not the end of the world, but not great. It's gonna ending that. Yeah. And they used their dress down already, which is kind of nice. I'm gonna see what they do first before committing more to the board. Hail Hydra for sure. Maybe Hydra will go the distance. Okay, I thought it was gonna be an end of turn dress down. Now, because it could be dressed down into Jace. Now they have it has to be dressed down to swords, or dressed down to Teferi. That might be game, yeah. All right, that was not too exciting, but I guess none of the games with Progenitus are. Pretty good 8-2 tonight. 4-1 in each league. Our losses tonight: one to Reanimator in the second league, and once to Delver, the dreaded hashtag blue, right? But Carpet of Flowers, not the best in this matchup, but it was a mana dork. I like it better against the Delver matchup. We won game 2 because of it, but lost game 3 to double DRC. That's true. That's true. So I think I'll just briefly go over the deck again. Um, 2021 is wild. We'll see if that flips in 2022. Apparently, we went 5-1. I mean, it's nothing to scoff at, right? I mean, I see these rumors out there that Elves can't beat combo, and we were 5-1 today against combo. 3-1 against Reanimator, 1-0 against Eureka, and then 1-0 against Doomsday. Our loss, unfortunately, was to Delver, so that's unsettling. But pretty good 8-2 overall today. Here's the deck again. Does anybody have questions about this deck? It ran pretty smoothly for what it's worth to me, at least. But what do I know? Like, one of the issues with the main deck Endurance was sometimes I would draw it alongside Natural Order and Glimpse, and those hands are like super awkward. And Once Upon a Time really helps. Not to mention, I made a joke. This deck is nicknamed Oops All Cradles. Before it was only 3 Once Upon a Time, so that's more like 99%. Sorry, Oops 99% Cradles. This is like now Oops 100% Cradles. I think the deck felt okay. I do like Carpet against Delver. We didn't draw game 3 and they just had the nuts. And we kind of had awkward game 1. But overall the deck felt pretty good, like honestly. We beat combo pretty consistently. Like, we obviously will lose game 1. But we beat it post board every time except the ones against Reanimator where they had. What did they have? To be fair, we should have lost one, but I don't know if that's the norm now. Like, I've had like a Reanimator player punt to me at least like once a week, so maybe that's just per the norm, so to speak. Anybody have questions about the list? I think the main deck is like very good at the moment. The sideboard, like, may have to tweak these numbers, but for the most part, it's okay. We can only cut so much combo hate before some of those matches that we won will turn into losses. Like, we're treading a fine line, but I think everything is pretty good otherwise. There is an argument to be made, actually. If we want to save a sideboard slot, maybe we play another Endurance in the main, but I don't even know what to cut, right? Like, I think it's already very close to, like, just not having any acceleration without the Birch Lore and the Heritage Druids. And maybe that's fine, like, going forward, but I don't know if that's correct at the moment. Archon, oh, it's absolutely nuts. Like, in some matchups. I'm trying to think what matchup we won because of it today. Reanimator, not the best for it, so I boarded out. So the other two, we beat Show and Tell because of it one game, from what I remember. And Doomsday, we could have gone Archon, but we did not because we had Lethal with Hoof one time. And then the other game, they just had like a really strange board state, I think. I don't remember exactly. So today wasn't particularly great. In general, I think the card's good. Anybody have any questions? Let's see who's streaming right now that I can like raid. There's a level 99 Herbie with 12 viewers. Alchemy Modern. Alright, there's a PT bench. Maybe I'll just raid PT bench. If nobody else has any questions for me. GG's for sure, Jay-Z. And in honor of Jay-Z, we're going to remind everybody one more time. Like, Force of Negation is unfair and should be, banned to the Shadow Realm. In Legacy and Modern. Modern is at its worst right now because of Force of Negation. It's trending. People like it, but it is trending in the downward direction. Legacy, meanwhile, I think if you're an Elves player, it's great. I think if you're not, depends who you are, right? Like, if you might enjoy it as a Delver player, but I think this deck is like good. We will try to redeem ourselves next time losing a Delver. We did beat combo 5 times out of 6, so that's pretty good this here. If nobody, finally, I do remember. I want to remind everybody here, no problem at all. Here's my Patreon for those of you who want to subscribe. If you're a, lurking Delver player, trying to steal intel from me, my latest article is on the blue-red Delver versus Elves matchup, and I address it actually from both sides. So, if you want more reason to beat Elves from a Delver perspective, that's something to check out. What else? Okay, here's my Discord, and I think that, oh, my Twitter, I think some people already have, maybe not. For anybody who's a mod of mine, there's like a million, I guess, out there. Feel free to set up the keywords for the Twitter and the something else that I mentioned earlier in the chat. Oh, for the Stream Decker, I think that's already here. You can just click on the deck list. But thank you, DCIT. That's why, what's it called? You're very loved by me. So I think without further ado, I'll call it a night unless somebody has any last questions. Going once, going twice. Sold to PT Bench, I guess. Oops. I meant to say this. PT Bench. And thanks for hanging out, as always. It's always fun to stream.